Okay, folks. We can hear it. Okay, awesome. Thank you. I have to be a little bit quieter as I've got two ladies in a room next door sleeping like really soundly, and I do not wish to wake them up. But greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. Most people call me Coin. And welcome to another episode of Sands of Time. Last time we got the Lens of Truth. We finished going through the border village. And then afterwards, we spent time wondering about Ganon's tomb. How is everyone in health and spirit today? And while that's going on, I'm going to go ahead and catch up on comments. So, and let me also make sure the social stream ninja is active. Health and spirits. Yeah, I'm reading that now. I'm sorry you're going through that, Axel. Still sick. You're sick. Got to work on a project till late night, and neighbors shouting in corridors. Of course, because that just it seems to be a consistent fixture in your life right now. You are physically and mentally exhausted. I feel for you. Well, you're craving peace so bad. Yeah, I'll do my best to make you feel better. Also, you lost your earphones? Yikes. Man, I'm really sorry you're experiencing all that, Axel. I hope you get to feeling better sooner rather than later, and your sickness does not impede your work more than it already does. Aniv? Oats what? Of course there'd be an Oats what in here. Lion King games tonight. Aniv is giving me ideas. Well, Aniv, you have not met the benevolent dictatorship democracy that is this channel. Otherwise, you would know, good sir, that you do not request games in here. I mean, you can, but I'm probably going to just acknowledge it, go, okay, and then ignore you. Nah, if people really want to suggest games and we're not voting on anything, please feel free to use the content suggestions channel in the Discord. It's in the content category, so it's pretty easy to find. And just put your suggestions in there. I'll either take them on advice, or I won't. Or we'll put them up for a line vote, and I'll just make sure to credit you without quoting you in some way. Makes the messaging cleaner and everything. Today, I am happy to report that we have... let me just rotate my screen here. Today, I'm pretty happy to be able to report to you that I know the layout of this dungeon now. You guys are really going to like it. Unfortunately, I kind of just had to navigate through the whole thing. It's very difficult. You'll see why soon enough. Before we begin, in earnest, I do want to apologize for being late. I was actually trying to practice the Krasny Hourglass knot, and I lost track of time. Oops. So sorry. In all seriousness, I am truly sorry. I did just kind of look at the time and be like, oh, crap. I got so caught up in practicing tie knots that I forgot to get prepared for today's stream. Forgive me, please, or don't. It's your choice. We're gonna thank our patrons and our subscribers. Thank you to Devious Grace for your subscription this month. Means a lot. Glad to have you. Hope you enjoy your emotes and everything. We don't currently have any one-off donations at this time, but I do want to thank people for their past donations. They are greatly appreciated. Now, why don't we transition screens, eh? So people can get a good look at my face. Maybe shift it a little more this way. Maybe a bit more this way. No, now I'm tucking myself further in the back. It's definitely more this way. There we go. I think you guys should be able to see my face now. It's hard to look at directly in the camera and coil my head in such a way as to look at you guys at the same time and not have this dongle of a mic in my face. But I'll do my best. Had to grab a good cup of joe. I tried to make it earlier, but apparently the press wasn't pressed down hard enough. So instead of making coffee, just a cup filled with sugar sat there. Which caused me to be a little bit later than expected, even after already being essentially 15 minutes late. Again, I am really sorry about that. Well, let's get started. I appreciate the latitude, Axel. So we went through like 3 rooms in here yesterday, and things proceeded to be quite complicated, but we should have started in this room first. Nope, I take that back. Other room. I have to remember it's mirrored compared to the... It's mirrored in relation to the way I saw the photos to navigate this section. So we need to kill this. I hate to pull out the pilot talk, but... God. I hate to pull out the pilot talk, but I've already experienced the entirety of this temple. Yeah, I don't think so. You can stop that now. Okay, So there's a hint. I'm gonna show you guys this hint because it's supposed to make it clear, but I couldn't parse it for whatever reason. Let the stepping stone follow you and fill in the pit. Now, it's a well-known fact that in Ocarina of Time, you can backflip onto these Armos statues. So you might be thinking, oh, surely we push it into the pit, right? Nah, this thing's like an Armos. This thing's a monster. So what do? We need to take this thing, a la Wind Waker, and we need to guide it over to this hole without it getting stuck on something. Just like that. See that? So that Armos statue is in the hole now. And it's now holding this gate open for us. We didn't push a statue there. We lured an enemy into this pit and then they re-solidified into the statue. It's really cool. If I may say, stepping stone is kind of an awful hint indicator. Because I'm thinking, maybe there's like, I'm gonna be less chatty tonight for the beginning because you're working at the same time. No problem, Axel. No problem. I'm mostly, like, chatting at people. If you need to work, by all means, work. I hope your project goes well and you feel like you've accomplished it. I realize that it's gonna be hard to see in all that sickness, but still, I hope it goes well. So I'm gonna resume the pilot talk at this point. So what we want to do with this right here is we want to take, we essentially want to blow up this statue, but we still want it kind of on, like, yeah, see, we kind of need it on the switch. It's not wanting to do that all of a sudden. It's real finicky. Yeah, you do more or less basically need... You kind of have to get it right the first time, and once you go through the gate, you need to set it off at a distance. Nice. I probably do need to use Deku Nuts here. Nice. I did not realize that these things were going to be electrified. Alright, let's try this again with 100% less screw-ups. Oh, no, you don't. You need to come through this gap, good sir. Alright, so we need to basically send 2 bomb chews down there. No, this needs to be like a bomb. One more time. Because you notice that this gate is closed and it just slid open when we blew up that Armos statue. So now we need to do the same thing here. And then from here, there will be a switch somewhere that we can pull in order to open this path back up. Neato burrito. I did not want to go through here. That's fine. So now we just head through. We're gonna go to the bottom here where a bonfire is, and we're gonna rest real quick. Okay. Now what we do, basically, is we can start the dungeon properly now. We're not going to be meandering through here, you know, day and night, trying to figure out which room to do. We now know. You guys might recall this room. We kind of came in from the top where the fan corridor was. And there's this switch we couldn't press down. There's a reason for that. And that reason is because we actually need to take that block over there. But before we do that, we need to press this switch down at the same exact time. And I apologize for the loudness of the spikes, but that's just kind of how they are. What we want to do is come over here. And we want to lure this Armos down onto this block. I did not want to lure it onto the ground though. You want it on the block. I have my reasons for this. Maybe do something more like this. This went so smoothly the first time, and now that we're doing a Let's Play, it's not going to go so smoothly. We're just going to wait for it to turn back solid. Alright, it's turned solid. Good. So what we want to do with our lovely friend here is lure him into the hole. Isn't this such a neat gimmick? It's really cool. Now that I know how it works and what you kind of have to do to like get it to work, it's really novel. But at the same time, it's very finicky. It can be very tedious, and this was with me, you know, speeding up the game and using save states, which I am gonna whip out a couple save states for this game. Speaking of which, I'm gonna save here, so I don't F7 myself into a file that no longer exists. Now we need to lure our friend the Armos over here. Like so. It's tedious more than anything. That's all this is. It's just pushing blocks along, you know, big tracks into what is essentially multi-room puzzles. There are a few puzzles out there that do have custom actors in them, and that's really cool. I am going to show those off. Not this room yet. We want to wait for that room. Never mind. We want to do that room. We want to do this room. We can't do that room I just walked into until we've gotten one of the dungeon item. Now you might be thinking to yourself, here's this track, we obviously want to get this block over here, so why on earth do we want to like push that block down this track, right? But there are reasons for it. But let's start by wiping the room of likes, which the spike traps will help with. Just like that. Look, we don't even have to kill some of them. It's just the spike traps. Killing the likes forces a chest open, or forces a chest to appear. And I'm pretty sure inside is gonna be like a key or something. And now we're going to climb up on this block. And we're gonna come over here. Advanced hover boot platforming, am I right? So now that we've done that, we're gonna take this block and we're gonna push it, like so. Now that we've done that, we can just climb back down, go back up there, and push that block over. But then we're forgetting our friend the Armos statue. Don't worry, I already have something figured out for him. I had to do this when I was playing last night anyway. We push this block down, and then we're gonna lure our friend the Armos onto, yep, just like that. And then we get far, far, far away and let him re-solidify. So what those two blocks just did was created a pathway for the Armos statue to get onto the other platform, or onto this ledge over here, where there's a hole, and that hole has another weighted switch on it. Welcome to Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time ROM hacks, ladies and gentlemen. If they aren't combat hacks, they're puzzle ones. And for those new here, welcome. We are playing a Mod-ROM, or a ROM hack, of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, called The Sands of Time. It was published by Debug Log and Woon over on Debug Log's YouTube channel. Just type in debug log and you should get it in the YouTube search panel or search bar. It is on the harder side of what we call Zelda 64 for short. Zelda 64 ROM hacks. It really is just breathtaking. It's breathtaking in its scope. So, jump down here. And just like that, I want to say this is a key. No, it's the ice arrow. Yeah, we got the dungeon item right here. Oh, and I could show you the really cool tech that occurs. Let me get the hook shot. Yeah, now I can show you the really cool thing. I think it mentioned it in the text, but we can, basically, we're aiming our bow, and while we're aiming like this, I'm pressing R right now. This bow, the bow icon is changing it's not changing color, but there's a symbol in front of it now. Look, there's a blue circle. I can even do it mid-fire, and it'll restore the magic that was used to sort of be spent on the ice arrow. Isn't that neat? However, if you pull out your sword, it's gone. So do make sure you actively know where you want to aim your ice arrow, or decide right away if you're gonna switch. Otherwise, you just lose magic. It's not perfect, but it's a pretty good system. Now we're ready to tackle this room, because these spike traps are too fast for us to dodge. What we have to do is freeze them. This is a relatively not well-known property about spike traps. You can freeze them with ice arrows. Take just a second and look behind me, make sure I'm not missing Skulltulas. Nice. You can burn through magic relatively quick, though, just as a warning. And you can void out if you're not careful. I got this broom perfectly the first time, but I'm not surprised that the Let's Play curse is in fact taking shape. Look, this is mostly for the highlight reels, baby. No, I'm kidding. I can take that out of the VODs if I wanted to make a real highlight reel, not make snips from the stream and everything. We just have to, you know, get this in a certain number of tries. Okay, now there was scritching in this room. I know there was scritching, so I need to find where that is. I want to say at least in one of these pits. I might sneeze here. Okay, the sneeze will come. So there's one of them right here. And what we want to do is come over here. This is a really super long room. Yeah, this temple more than anything, or I should say this tomb more than anything, has a bunch of multi-room puzzles in it, more so than the other two dungeons ever did in the first place. Just maybe right over there. And then while it's frozen, we can come over here. I remember there being two Skulltulas in this room, but maybe I'm hallucinating. Well, I can always take a look at the videos and see where everything all is. Oh, this room. This room. You guys want to see another Majora's Mask enemy port? That's an Igor down there. You can find Igors as boss enemies and obstacles in Majora's Mask. Specifically, they show up in the Stone Tower Temple, and you use arrows to defeat them. So we're gonna jump down here. I'll even make sure I give the little tattle text about it. Its weakness is, of course, the eye. Its eye. Attack its eye with any weapon you want when it's defenseless. And you do have to wait for its eye to be yellow. Nice. Of course, this would be the playthrough where it doesn't go so smoothly. And I think this might be a heart piece or a key. Key. That's it. That's all this room had was the Igor, but boy, what a room it was. So now you know what we can do, chat. We can actually leave this room. We can exit it. We don't have to return here. Oh, and you guys are gonna love this next part. This next part is probably the coolest part in the whole game. Like, straight up. I thought it was that novel. So those bottom rooms down there, we're not going to really be able to do anything with until we get... That's right, this dungeon has not one, but 2 dungeon items. How do you think we're going to be lighting these torches, ladies and gentlemen? It's not just going to happen for no reason. No, 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 no. Oh, there's going to be a second marvel that we'll find in here. However, here's another really cool feature. In Majora's Mask, you can take the ice arrows and make ice platforms in specific areas. That mechanic is ported here. Look. Look at the ice platforms, chat. We can use that to get this Skulltula right here. More sweet mechanical features from Debug Log. I really enjoyed that. Something I lamented about in base Ocarina of Time, you know, not having a use beyond killing Stalfos. So now we open this door. And if you guys will recall, there's only water below here. If you can get a platform, you can climb up, right? You see that torch up there? That torch, we de-iced an ice switch in order to do something, and we don't know what that was. Yeah, this is that room. So now what we want to do is we want to make an ice platform and climb up. And we need to do the same thing with the spike trap here. We need to ice it up. Nice. And now, we've got this nice shortcut, you know, back here to the other half of the dungeon. There are a lot more shortcuts here than you would expect. Mostly to make things less annoying. Now look, here's this big room right here. There's a fan behind there that blows through here. I want to say, yeah, even the grate doesn't even protect us from that. So, yeah, let's just say, we have not even begun to crack the surface on this yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to immediately come out here. I have my reasons. At the highest point, shoot an arrow to freeze the sun. So now we have a shortcut to that section from the outside as well, which we will probably need to make use of here now. And we might need our sword for this. I had save states for this part, so we're gonna see if we don't need the save states. Same deal here. We just use our hover boots to cross. And that's our 100th token, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that nice? So it told us to shoot an arrow into the sun and freeze it. And look, fire and ice, ladies and gentlemen. Fire arrows and ice arrows. So now we can go back and do all those puzzles from earlier. It did freeze the sun and quite literally make it nighttime. It's just really freaking cool, by the way. I have to say, it's just so cool. How do we want to do this? And we can toggle between, oh, sorry, I completely missed chat. Nice. Yeah, it's awesome. You're still listening while working? No, don't apologize for your silence, Axel. I appreciate your sincerity, but like I said before, you're working on a college project. That's really important. It's fine. We now have the means to actually kill these things. But did that sword strike count is the next question, or do I need to kill them entirely using fire? I think I need to kill them entirely using fire. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sorry for the speed up, but no. I know you're here, Axel, is the thing. I know I'm not alone. Plus, I have a Niv. Let's not forget our robotic master, a Niv, who keeps watch over us. But thank you for letting me know that you're listening. I appreciate it. So we've got quite a few options that we could engage in. Let's start by lighting up these torches. With any luck, we'll be out of here within basically the next 40 minutes. So here's that door. Here's another really cool puzzle. So we've got a bunch of fans, right? We've got a bunch of fans, and there's some hookshot targets behind there. We could have seen them by looking into the grate as we were passing through to the outside. And for reference, that hole that leads to the outside is where we just walked out to grab the fire arrows. So what are we gonna do? Well, we've got these fans, and there's no way we're gonna be able to flick on and off our iron boots at the exact right times to make jumps. It's not gonna work. Instead, what we gotta do is something like this. We kind of have to make these sort of blocks. And we'll need to use our hover boots and iron boots to sort of walk around and let these ice platforms block the wind. Just like this. And then before the ice platform breaks, we get out of the wind tunnel. And behind here will be an ice switch that will raise a platform to let us go to the top floor. Oh, and you guys are gonna love the top floor. You know, if I don't fall trying to show it to you first. Any way back up here? No, we have to do this puzzle again. Cool. It's fine. Yeah, I didn't think that would particularly work all that well. You know what I might do? Oh, I know I'm definitely doing it. Oh, actually, that won't work. No, we need to do this properly so that we have a shortcut back to this room. I totally forgot about what I did yesterday. Oh no, get up there. No, I do not want you to get blown off again, Link. And now we wait. If we sit under platforms like this, they will crush us. And that will undo all of our hard work. You see that there? That's the boss door. We needed to use the Lens of Truth one last time to make it through. Now, this room here is the upper portion of the initial room that we walked into in this tomb. And just like that, we are back where we started, ladies and gentlemen. Now we need to go up and clean up all the remaining rooms and grab the boss key somehow. That's it. That's what's left. This room we don't need to touch ever again. It's mainly these two rooms here. So first, you guys can be happy. Well, okay, let me phrase that differently and a little bit less repellently. We can all rejoice in the fact that we don't need blocks for this part, like at all. We only needed the blocks one time, and that was earlier on when we basically crossed this gap in order to break apart the blocks blocking the hook shot target here. We can now pretty safely ignore this remaining section. Now, the door to the left, as we were walking through and going all the way back around, you know, through that giant tunnel of fans, that brings us to the room where we had the giant push block that led to a couple of other multi-room puzzles. It's two rooms before the before we get the ice arrows. Let me put it that way. So now that I've kind of contextualized where we are, this other door is new progress. Oh, but look. We're not going to be able to go very far. So I just want you guys to know that this is here. And we now need to leave this room and actually go back to the other side of said room. Not this one here, but we need to go back and go back to the other side where we started guiding the Armo statue through the holes. That's how we had to get this all started. And we need to go to the doors at the bottom. I'll check the one at the top, but I'm pretty confident it's just the stuff at the bottom. So this door here, we take this left. Yeah, okay, we definitely don't need that anymore. We don't need to go through here, like, at all. It's just this bottom part here. This room, you'll be glad to know, we don't need to be down there. And this just happens to be a different texture. Like, it's the way that the UV wrapping was done in this room. That's just why it looks odd. There's nothing particular about it. Now what we do is we light up these 2 torches. And I can show you some of the cooler puzzles that are here. There are some really neat ideas in here. I'm just gonna say that. There are a bunch of bats in this room. We kind of have to kill them before we can get serious with other puzzles. There's one more. That one right there. This here, I'm pretty sure, is a bunch of arrows. And now we're going to use the lens of truth to see that there's a block back there. And we're gonna light all these torches. There's number 2. So that door behind us opened, but now we have the distinct pleasure. I am going to make a safe state here, though. We have the distinct pleasure of trying to cross now. Because we still have yet to figure out, you know, what's back behind there, right? Another Skulltula token, basically, or another golden Skulltula was what's behind here. Now we can roll through this acid to get back up here. Just like that, room done. Room completed. Room over. And now we get into this lovely room. So this torch here, there's one on each side of this room. You light up this torch and it'll fill the room with water. And our job will be to get over to the other side, wait for the water to drain, and hit the other torch. And the reason we want to do that is so that we can loop back around and go in through the door on this side. I'll show you what I mean. And you can't freeze the water here either. Manny here will give you a hint about that. Oh, but like I said, we needed to wait until that. Oh, we might be able to do it if we hurry. I thought that would be what would happen. If you could actually go through here if you're super quick, but I wasn't. For whatever reason, I was a dirt face and decided to shoot that torch with not that much water left to go for this room filled. I could see the water at the bottom of the puddle was flowing. It can't be frozen. It looks still, but I guess it's moving through the grate at the bottom. Hence why it can't be frozen. At least it's a small lore explanation, right? So, we just repeat this loop once again and we'll be in a brand new room. And we have plenty of time this time. So now we just wait for the water to rise. And now here we are. We're in this room now. So this room, it features the Reaper statues with the spinning scythe blades. What we want to do is go over to this right-hand side. And you can hear a mechanism in the back, but that mechanism will be a little bit more relevant in just a second. For now, we want to just make sure our aim is true. Which will open that door. But we're not done here, folks. See that rotating actor over there? I say actor, but it's really a rotating platform. Yeah, every time that we move platforms, it rotates between one face to the other. So now what we can do is we can cross this gap using the rotating platform there. Really neat. And we just cross over like so. Press this switch, which opens both doors. And that explains this barred door right here. And then that opens up the shortcut back to the wind tunnel room. Shortcuts galore, ladies and gentlemen. Shortcuts galore. Now we go back down here. Oh, this room. This room. We want the lens of truth for this part. A la Spirit Temple, here are some Stalfos that are here to mess us up, really. Not too hard, as long as you're using your other tools, but if you just stick to your sword, yeah, you might have a tough time in here. And this should give us a key, if I'm not mistaken. Awesome. And that key will let us go through another set of doors. And if you guys thought the multi-room puzzles were finished, oh boy, do I have another thing coming for you. No. Okay. Fine game. We're gonna go back here and rest up real quick, and then we're gonna go through that door. But before we go through that door, it is break time, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna go ahead and take that now. I do want to say that I really appreciate folks hanging here with me. I mean it. It's nice to have the company. Before we go, I want to take that opportunity to shill the Discord and to recommend that if you guys like this content, please consider subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch and sharing this on social media and everything, and tell your friends. Those are free, easy ways to help the channel grow, so that, you know, we can become a bigger community together. Thank you for that, Axel. I really appreciate it. I'll get the YouTube side now. Aniv, what are you saying? You need to rewatch it, man. It's so hard to find her. Find who? Find who? Who are we finding? Finkel? Einhorn? I mean, it's her, and Finkel and Einhorn are dudes, but you never know. Maybe her is him is her. I don't know. Aniv, you certainly said words, bud. You certainly said words. Find your soulmate, maybe. Yeah, and I need to get back to Rasby regarding the AI thing today. I've been thinking about it, but I was asleep. I basically fell asleep at 2 this morning, so my whole day's been a little bit offset lately. That said, we normally take 5-minute breaks around here about every hour or so. And I usually run 90-second ads for people on Twitch just to help with the pre-roll and everything. Nobody likes ads, but it's a sucky situation. Us content creators kind of have to do what we can to make the best out of all that bad negative pre-roll. So I highly recommend you get up and stretch, go get a snack, maybe mute the VOD and come back in 5 minutes, something along those lines. But thank you guys again, and I will see you after the commercial break. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. I had to have some logistical discussions with my stepmother, as she is sick, and I believe she was supposed to cook dinner tonight. So guess what dear old Steven gets to do? Or, excuse me, Coin. Although you guys know all those names. I get to go cook dinner after stream. Hooray! It's a roast pork loin plus leftovers, so it's not too involved or anything. There's pork loins, like a cylindrical pork loin that you can throw into the oven for up to 51 minutes, I'm pretty sure, and just let it roast there in the oven. You pull it out, you let it cool down, and then you slice it up into it's like a pork loin fillet. You cook it, you slice it up into round coin-like slices, or like really rounded slices. I hope I'm not butchering that explanation, but it is basically just a roast pork loin. It happens to come pre-seasoned and everything, so you just throw it in the oven and then take it out and serve it up however you like. And we have enough leftovers between collard greens and everything else that I'll probably just throw all the leftovers onto various pots and serve them up. We have enough collard greens to go in its own pot, but we don't have enough other leftovers to service them, in one pot. So I have to split up 2 more saucepans for butter beans and green beans. That way we don't have them go to waste or anything else. Good way to use leftovers. Here's a tip for folks that are living on their own. If you want to, save yourself some cook time in the long run, what you can do is you can cook more sides than you know what to do with, or a higher quantity of sides. So let's say yesterday I had potatoes au gratin with collard greens and butter beans. If I were to grossly overcook the quantity, so like make 2 or 3 times as many servings of the collard greens and butter beans as there are people, you can save what's left of the butter beans and the collard greens for sides in other dishes later. And you could all you would have to do is figure out what meat you're cooking, if anything. It's what you sometimes do. Yeah, it's a partial batch cook is how I refer to it, because you're not cooking an entire meal and making it batch. You're cooking the normal amount of meat or whatever your main item is. It's just sides you overcook on, or make an overly gross amount of. And I mean gross in the economic sense of the word, meaning big. To you, the meat is the side. Yeah, that is another way of framing it. Basic point is just cook over the stuff you want to use, like cook a higher quantity of stuff you want to use as like sides in other meals, and just save that for later. No matter how we want to frame it, that's what it parses down to at the end of the day. How's work on your project coming along, Axel? Have you been hitting milestones or points of completion on it? Okay, where did we want it? This room was just, yeah, it's this room right here. So, I was actually considering raiding today, but because I now have to go cook dinner. Well, you're making a PowerPoint for a presentation tomorrow. You have a 3-person group, and so far you're doing that alone. Oh, so you're pulling dead weight? Is that what I'm hearing? You're pulling dead weight? There are 2 people not doing the work you're doing? They're doing less? Do I have that right? Oh, you guys are gonna love this set of rooms. Guaranteed. Well, they will probably work on it later in the evening. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know their characters, so I should refrain from, you know, disparaging them. But you have no intention of working on it at midnight? Yeah, and you're sick, so that's gonna be even harder on your body. Or maybe, so you'll do the maximum you can and stop at 10 p.m. So is this like a collaborative? Obviously, it's collaborative. It's a group project. But do you have it set up so that yeah, I'm definitely thinning up top. It's not good. Is it like something? Is it like a file that you send each other and you make edits to the same file, or you have to upload your own portions? Just gonna make them see that I worked on it so they don't go saying you didn't work enough. Fair enough. Yeah, Google Doc type stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, that's awesome. I wish in my college courses people did that, but I had a bunch of Arcadian Euclidean instructors. They didn't like that sort of thing. It was seen as cheating. You know what, Aniv? That's the nicest thing you've said today. Well, it's the idea that if you're sharing files between classmates or you're using a cloud file, your answers, like let's say it's a group homework exercise or something, and mainly you get this in the sciences where there's like stringent, you know, anti-cheating policies in place. If you tell your instructor that you know, the group homework was done over a Google document and edited in real time, 3 zeros, 2, 3, however many people in your group, all zeros, because your answers weren't derived solely out of your own brain and then fact-checked by your peers. I had this in a... Was it Organic Chemistry 1? That's counterproductive. It's just they didn't it's just that folks don't understand that you still have to edit the document that you're sharing on a cloud like that. It's what happens when your instructors are 30, 40, or not even 30, but like 40, 50, 60 years old, or, you know, just aren't up to date with what current technology has to offer. So they think, oh, if you're working on a document simultaneously, it's cheating, because there's no way to verify differences in your answers. That's really what it parses down to. I've had the distinct displeasure of overhearing conversations between instructors, and that's basically what it's down to. Because the way it works is if you're not dealing with a head of department or someone who quite literally like makes the standard for grading, other instructors often have to run their grading by, you know, whoever head of department is. That's not always the case, but the more stringent the department, the more likely it is that the subordinate or junior instructors, the more likely it is they're going to have to go take it to head of department and say, is there anything I need to give a automatic, absolute, complete 0 over? Sometimes it's something as simple as they didn't format the paper with the correct margins, so you can't give them any points in this part of your rubric over it. It has to be a 0 on that portion. Or, in this case, it's, oh, their answers are the same, their methods are the same. In college, yes. Honestly, it's just the anti-plagiarism policies. They're so stringent that most instructors are not given any latitude for that. They're just not. I'm a student. All I can do is shrug and say, I don't know. we always got to do some oral presentations, and we work together. You read the science papers and work together in a PowerPoint and all that. Yeah, like that part is fine. And really, as long as you don't tell them that's what you did, you still have local files to give to your professors, it's fine. And by local files, I just mean you download it from Google, let's say a Google database or something. If it's a Google document, you transfer it to a rich text document like Word or something. You save it, make a couple edits, and then upload it to your instructor's Dropbox or something, then it's fine. You just can't tell them that's how you worked on it. You have to disguise it. It's not about answers, it's about presenting something. Yeah, for presentation, I guess it's a bit different. I'm mostly referring to like homework scenarios, but yeah, if you go around telling instructors that you work on a cloud document with your peers, you're, at least here in America, you're going to get frowny faces the whole way down. And depending on department policy, depending on the individual department policy, you may get a 0 for it. I know that stuff doesn't fly at my last university's biology department. Every single student, even if you're working in groups of like 6, you can't use a cloud document. You have to all kind of basically send files to each other, incorporate it into a single file, and then upload that. You can't use a cloud to sort of mitigate that. That's not permissible. That's considered cheating. How is that relevant for work life? You're telling me. At work, you need to work in teams, and it doesn't really matter. Yeah, exactly. And there are collaborative works. Let me pause this so there's less wind. I know that's got to get annoying. We don't even have tests here anymore. And even if you did, right, you get your grades from the quality of the reports on the projects and presentation. No quiz tests with anything with questions and answers. Yeah, that's fair, and it's probably like that at the true upper level course, like the upper level courses. I never quite got to that point. I was still I wasn't finishing core or anything. I was done with that, but I was right at that precipice between the introductory courses and the what we call actually working towards your major courses, where things still had questions and answers. I never really got to the 3,000, 4,000 level courses for the bachelor's yet. I haven't gotten there. And I'm not going to unless I get out of this hole of debt that I'm in. That's about as much as I want to say on that, though. I've already opined about it enough on previous streams. Yeah, the American education system is wild. It's a wild wasteland, and all these things I just stated, it's a coin flip. It's a coin flip. I can't even guarantee that that's what's going to happen to you. Every single instructor is exercising a different amount of latitude and it makes sense. We're all human, right? We all follow rules differently. We all observe rules and structure differently. And it's no less true at the academic level either. You have instructors that they'll go by the head of department's rulebook, no questions asked, like the snap of a finger. And then you have others that rebel and want to do their own thing. They follow just enough that they don't follow scrutiny, but otherwise their teaching methods and their grading methods are entirely their own. And the only way you know for sure whether or not they're still a rebel is to take a 5-year, 6-year sample of what their grading looks like and see if it's changed. If it follows department standards after a certain point, well, they're not a rebel anymore. They aren't their own man or woman, so to speak. That they've become part of the department. They're one and the same. If after the end of that 5 or 6 year period, the grading is somehow still unique, still their own, cool, great. There's a certain level of, I hate to use, corporate's not right,
it's academia, right? But really, corporate world and academia world aren't so different when you think about it. The only thing that changes really is the methods. There's still groupthink, there's still pressure to conform to groups and what people and what individuals of a group do. It's no different. The only thing that changes is what the potential consequences are for failing to align with either the group in power or, you know, if they're work colleagues, it's not wanting to stand out and not draw scrutiny to yourself. Long story short, American education system is wild, especially at the college level. And, you know, I'm in the southeast corner of the US, so we're like really dumb compared to, say, maybe Pennsylvania or California that are considered higher up on the educational standard. Georgia and South Carolina are like the bottom 4. And I'm pretty sure South Carolina is the bottom 2 on like smartest states. So that should give you an idea of kind of where I am. I'm right in that 2-state area, and the education system is wild and wacky. It's probably less wild and wacky over in Pennsylvania or California, but it's still wild. It really just is up to the individual institution whether or not there's stringency in grading and anti-plagiarism and things of that nature. I get the battle for anti-plagiarism. I don't want people to be, you know, just writing stolen papers or putting papers through a paper mill. I get it. But if you're going to say that people can't work on cloud documents because there's no verifiable way to say you're not cheating, well, you can just have a student submit a recording of their work. If you're going to say, like, just make a preparatory document, say, you know, make it a formal disclosure that if you work using a cloud documentation system, cool, great. Someone records that and submits that recording to the professor. That way there's no verifiable way that someone's gaming the system or cheating. There are ways to keep up with modern technology and deal with departmentally stringent anti-plagiarism procedures at the same time. We've spent entirely too long chatting about this, but it is a subject that I'm quite passionate about because I spent 10 plus years in academia. I'm not far enough along that I'm anybody. Right, I was working toward my bachelor's degree. That's not significant whatsoever. Aniv is very much amused, yes. But it's something that not only have I, you know, experienced firsthand from all the various professors I've had in my life, some good, some not so good, some that are bristly with people, others not so bristly with people. It's also something that I've watched, you know, academia washouts talk about. There was an instructor on YouTube, I don't know if he's still there anymore, and I've forgotten his name, but he often made videos about talking about his experience as an academic instructor on a 4-year university. So like the big universities here in the US, and it mentions things like intellectual dishonesty and how it's bigger among faculty than you think it is. The teaching staff at universities. Yeah, and it is important. Academia seems like it's this closed world, but it's not. You always think 90% of what you learn in college is useless and irrelevant. I wouldn't say that. I would say, if anything, if you're familiar with the 80-20 rule, You teach yourself 80% of the content that you learn in college courses. The other 20% is this, your instructor is giving you the update on what the current industry is, or what the current field has in terms of knowledge. That's the way it's always been framed to us and to me when I was, going through college. You're teaching yourself. We're really just helping you solidify the material that you've already taught yourself. You could become an engineer much faster if you didn't waste time. Sure. I'm definitely not making the argument that, college education is efficient. It's not. But it's part of the whole accrediting system. You need a college education if you want to do anything beyond blue-collar work. If you're not wanting to be an electrician or a plumber, you need certifications for those. But everything you learn for a trade cert is indeed useful. Whereas here in academia, it's... How do I word this? For example, you're in agricultural engineering, yep, and you got a course from a professor of mechanical engineering that explained about planes and cars. And I was like, well, how is this relevant for the agricultural field? Well, if the course is mechanical engineering, it's not exactly a one-to-one translation of agricultural engineering. So it's more like you're learning problem-solving skills, you're learning what the necessary tenets of mechanical engineering are, so you can apply them to your field. That's how a professor would explain it to you, is like that. Don't think of the mechanical engineering course not as, oh, you're learning things that are kind of a waste of your time. Don't take away the specific examples about planes and cars. That's not really important. It's what are the tools in the tool belt that they're giving you. And I know for mechanical engineering, that's equations, formulas, and facts that you need to know about, like, mechanical devices and things. Well, the thing is, you learn about planes and cars, but you don't get taught about potatoes at all, or even vineyards, while your job will be about crops. Sounds like you need a biology course, if anything. And specifically agricultural courses. I imagine it's somewhere... This is your last year, right? So is that sort of thing in your course load or coursework? I know for us in the US, we get... When we sign up for a field, like when I went and applied for or decided that I was going to pursue cellular and molecular biology, I was given a sort of track sheet, and the track sheet tells me which courses are on track to complete the degree. I know it's different in France. That's why I'm explaining how things work here first. You have to complete all the courses on the track sheet to obtain your degree. So I'm wondering if it's like that for you, where you're given a track sheet that contains not the courses, but what you're expected to know. You've already explained that you don't get to pick what you're learning or anything. I might need to, like, actually pull up a real track sheet to see to demonstrate what I'm talking about. But I might be able to do that. I have a file somewhere that I can crop while I, omit details about my name. You need to self-teach about the crops. You don't get lessons while you're in the last year, and a specialization on vegetable culture. That just seems so strange. They're probably emphasizing the engineer part of agricultural engineering and not the agriculture part of the agricultural engineering. Yeah, that does seem strange. I'm Yeah, definitely over break. What I'll probably do is get that all set up so I could like maybe demonstrate or show it. I'll find like a spare track sheet and we can see if we're talking on the same levels here. In the meantime, while we continue this discussion, or you continue your work on the project you were talking about, I want to show people the infamous room, because there's an infamous room here. And I want people to note these fans. We go bouncy, bouncy, all over the place. And then it became 2.5D, and it's time for a save state. While the engineer part isn't about mechanical engineering, engineering in your field is about advising farmers, designing crop rotations, developing new varieties of crops, work on DNA analysis of crops, etc. Yeah, that part is making sense. So you're about as much biologist or botanist as you are an engineer. Since this is your last year, in previous years, when you were at, the great schools, your great school, were you taught about any of this? Or was it like core work, like you needed your math, your languages, your history, so on? I'm kind of curious about what the years sort of look like for you. How can you advise a farmer if you don't master everything about crops? But you don't master everything. You master what's relevant, what's in demand for your field, which I guess in the case of agricultural engineering would be more about specific crop strains, and you would probably specialize further for specific crops. That's what I would think with a statement like that. So while we're continuing to have this discussion, I want people to notice this room. Does this room look like a certain cell phone app to anyone? I want people to take just a second and look at this. We're given a 2D perspective in a room with obstacles. And I'll show you this next part. First year, you were learning about farming. Second year, you learned about the food industry, and the third year is specialization. Okay, so it's all focused. Yes, you got it, Axel. It's Flappy Bird. These are the Flappy Bird rooms. They're the hardest rooms in this entire ROM hack. I had to save state many times to get through this room. No! I'm gonna try to do this without save states, but I'm gonna hate myself. I bet Flappy Bird is so difficult already. It's been rebalanced in pretty much every single major patch that Sands of Time has had so far. There's almost always some reference about the Flappy Bird scene. Removing a fan here, removing a spike trap there. Let me see if I can show this. So, this is how I normally grip my controller, right? I've got my fingers on the triggers, and I've got fingers on the buttons like this. It's kind of hard to see. I'm going to turn the controller around. Hi, here's the Xbox controller. I can't navigate this room normally. I have to take fingers off of the left-hand side of the controller here, and I have to put them on the D-pad. I have to have my middle and index finger on my left hand cover the D-pad so I can quickly toggle the boots off and on. It's a really rough room, and I used speed-ups. I used speed-ups and save states to get through this. While you're telling me more about, well, do whatever you like, really, but while you're mentioning more about your... Okay, I need to, like... Dang it. Flappy Bird. You know what? And the best part about all this is I've never played a single Flappy Bird game ever. So I'm aware of what Flappy Bird is. But I don't know what it's like to play it. And you can't because that app is gone. There are like clones of Flappy Bird out there, but none of them come close to the original Flappy Bird. No! Oh, I'm gonna have to focus while this is ongoing. I hate this. I'm gonna make a save state here so I don't have to keep changing the camera angle. And if you guys will excuse me, I gotta get through this damn room. And there's not one of the Flappy Bird rooms. There are two of them. And you go right to left and left to right. Oh, this place is infuriating. These specific rooms right here. F5, F7, ladies and gentlemen. F5, F7. Over and over and over again. Oh. Okay, that's one room. That's one room. The torture isn't done yet, but we're out of the first wind tunnel. Yeah, look, this room is so infamous that debug log had to add a health restoring bonfire just to help people get through it. I think this was tweaked like six separate times between 6 different patches. Yeah, speaking of, here's Flappy Bird 2.0, complete with spike platforms. And there are now spikes on the bottom, because of course there would be. Really? I'm sorry, under what circumstances? Alright, apparently I needed to... This targeting help that debug log has provided is not really sufficient. They should just take that out so that we can use the camera trick they taught us about. Oh, I only needed to save state 3 separate times. And now we're out. This room isn't too bad. You just kill the iron knuckle. Oh, nice. You just kill the iron knuckle and then we'll have access to the fan. Goodbye. You'll see why I'm doing this in just a second. And here we go, ladies and gents. The boss key, right here. And now we can just get out of this room. Trying to remember. So this door will take us back. Yeah, we want to go up here now. Nice. I knew I was gonna mess something up. It's exciting to finally be, like, approaching finished with this tomb. It only took us about 2 hours to fully, like, get through it all. And now we can take this nice shortcut we've figured out for ourselves, and we can go right through here. We're gonna do a hardcore save so that Coin doesn't have to repeat that again. You guys are gonna enjoy this version of the fight. No. You know what? I'll take being blown off into the void over, you know, being down at the bottom. Yikes. Awful. Just awful. Yeah, kill me. Throw me into the void. I don't want to start from the bottom. For context, let me go ahead and kill this. Bombs is dumb. Oh, I need to make sure I don't miss a sentence. I'm so sorry about that. I am so tired. Do you think you'll finish what you were doing and then I'll stop it there? Have you met all the progress goals? All the goals that you want from this? Have you completed your section? But I have this peer pressure, like I don't want my classmates to say you didn't work enough. Yeah, you mentioned that earlier. That's definitely the worst. They started working on the thing much later than you. Yeah, you don't want to get like an incomplete, right? I definitely feel that. I definitely feel that. While we're continuing this discussion, we have to cross these nice hexagonal platforms. Nothing too hard, but you can fall here. And the preference is obviously not to fall. Do you fear? Let me ask this honest question. Do you fear that they'll not complete the project? Do you get that sense that their work ethic might be somewhat compromised compared to your own? Sadness. I'm all out of coffee. I'm really craving a second cup right now. They will complete it? Good. I'm glad you have that faith. Well, as long as you've completed what you and them would, but they might blame you if it wasn't up until midnight to complete it. Well, hey, as long as you did like a sufficient quantity of work, why should that matter? I've had many group projects, especially chemistry and biology projects, where I did my section way earlier on. And so what did I do? I either helped them with their section, or I said, "Hey, I did my part. We gotta. If you guys don't square up and do yours, it's not like I can be blamed. I'll make it clear to the instructor, hey, I did my portion. Uh, it's not going to change the grade. I just want them to be aware that, I did my part. And maybe keep an eye on the other folks in the group that didn't do a sufficient quantity of work." So, while we're here, I want you guys to look at this room. There's paintings on chains in here. And anyone who knows their Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time knows what boss this is. Phantom Ganon. Is it going to be Phantom Ganon again? Do we want to find out, chat? You kind of get this trauma because you work so much, and if you don't loudly tell about everything you do, people don't see the work that you did and blame you for not working enough. Yeah, they're minimizing you. As an autistic person, I know what that's like. Being minimized and being blamed because somehow I'm the one with strong work ethic, somehow. And because I'm the one with strong work ethic, people tend to look at you as the group lead on a project for some strange reason. I've actually had this happen to me, so I'm speaking from experience here. Where even though I know who did and didn't do their fair share, I'm the one that took the blame because I should have accounted for them not doing the work and getting I'm the reason the bad grade happened. I know exactly what you're saying. And since you're the only one to not have friends in your class, then whenever there's someone to blame, it's going to be you. Yeah, that your situation is extremely similar to my own when I was in college. Yep, that's exactly what it was. I wasn't all cushy with the students. I was often blamed for being now I don't know if you're a teacher's pet like me. I certainly was. I got along a lot better with faculty than students. That's just me being honest with myself. My priorities were just always in a different place. I'm not saying students generally have this tendency to party or anything. It's because that's an overgeneralization of a group of people, and that is something I generally like to avoid doing. But by the same token, I've experienced it enough that it is true a certain percentage of the time. You really can tell who has the work ethic and who doesn't. And the people who have the work ethic will often get blamed for the people who don't have the work ethic in group projects like the one you're talking about. It's often why there is such a prolific rise in people that don't want to do group projects. They just want to be able to secure their own grade. Exactly. Your problem is you have the work ethic, but you're also discreet. You don't like to constantly brag about everything you do. Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't need, if I'm asked, hey, what did you do on this group project? I'll say, yeah, this was my part in the group project. But I don't mention, and I might get bogged down in details, but I don't mention parts of a project I haven't worked on. And I also don't try to take credit where it isn't due. It's an ethics thing. It's an integrity thing. People brag about every single thing they do. Well, that's just the animalistic nature of human beings, my friend. It's just how we are. We're emotional, and we like to not only be proud in our work, but take credit for the things we do. We want to feel praised, and we want to feel rewarded for our time. Like on a certain at a certain basal level, that's just true. But if your work ethic is strong enough and your integrity is good enough, then you don't feel the need to be rewarded because you are already rewarding yourself in your own emotions for the work that you've done. And you can say with absolute certainty that you feel good about your own work. You don't need other people to validate you. On the chat group, they go like, hey, by the way, I did this and that, and I'm going to do this. And oh, yesterday I worked until midnight for that. And you hate the normalization of working all night. It's like you're expected to sacrifice your sleep for your group project. You shouldn't. Sometimes you have to, right? Like if you're running behind, okay, you know what? You have work to get done. You can't just like skimp on it. But if you're not skimping on it and you are putting in you are getting all that work done, the work that you're supposed to get done, then yeah, true, but not always. Right. It's always a call. It's a judgment call, right? You have to judge whether you're gonna need to sack your sleep or not. But it's just people normalizing the grind. It's like that in work environments too, where people really, really, really need to try extra hard to make money, and everything they do had better have some justifiable use, or it's not worth their time, right? It, I guess if anything, the thing I would take away from this, Haxel, is this is what your work world's going to be like. I'm not saying you already have your internship and everything, but if you think you're escaping this idea, I'm not saying you are, but if you were thinking that you were going to escape this concept of people burning the midnight oil to get work done, especially for collaborative projects where deadlines are due and the deadline is the company loses money and you get fired, yeah, there's no escape from that. It's very toxic. I 100% agree with that. It's very toxic. It's a catch-22. You need deadlines to ensure projects don't go on forever, that they actually get done, and you guys have a sort of a promise on what you're showing people. Like whenever you get ready to do your internship at the company, that's probably what they're going to say. Well, in France, most people really think after 5 p.m. work is over, bye. I won't answer emails out of my work hours. A lot of people are starting to do that in America too. That is catching on. It's just harder. I wouldn't say it's harder here. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I don't want to sell the American struggle as it's worse. It's just that sometimes your bosses are aware that you need money to live, to survive, and so they know you can only ignore so many of my calls and emails before you answer one, because if you don't, they know that nagging worry in the back of your mind is you need this to live. You know I could fire you, right? Like no one says that, but that's what everyone's all thinking. The bosses know it and the employee knows it. It becomes this meta game of, okay, how much do I respect my time and how much do I respect myself holding a job? Well, it really is like that sometimes. Never mind if it becomes gig work like what I do. Then there's the extra added idea that my customers are also my bosses. And so every little thing that could go wrong that could be a reason for them to pull some money away from me or bargain for a lower rate or things like that. It's the toxicity in the city. 10 points to anyone who gets the reference. I might award some overtones or something for anyone who catches the lyrical reference. But we've stared at this bloody painting long enough. We're gonna go take out Phantom Ganon, which is what this boss is, and we're gonna take that second break because we got the Death Temple to do. We've also got cleanup. We do have things we could do with our fire and ice arrows. This does go fast. Let me see. I'm going to pause this so we can read the dialogue. Welcome. You dare to disturb my master's peace? What manners should I use for greeting you, boy? Burning, impaling, electroshock? I'm so excited to try them out again. Okay, it's not this piece of dialogue, it's after he's defeated. So the actual real Phantom Ganon is invisible, so we need lenses of truth in order to see him. Just like that. And there are more than 2 of them. In vanilla, there's only ever 2 Phantom Ganons at a time in the paintings. Here, there are like 3 or even 4. I don't hear anything. And I believe we need to shoot him 4 times? That's 3. 1 more and we'll have him. Phantom Ganon. Yeah, there's different text for him. Is it the Tyrant of the Dark Age, Ganon's double? Incredible. Be careful even if it's just the double. Lens of Truth is probably still useful. This was working just fine before. And just rinse and repeat. What the heck? This goes a lot better. Usually in vanilla, if you try to use the Bigoron sword, it really does not work when fighting him. Alright, let's get ready. This is where the dialogue comes in. No, I wasn't defeated by a kid. I just accidentally overlooked a pawn of destiny. I'm sorry, my master. A pawn of destiny. If you insist on ending your own fate, go into the blood pool of the abyss, all the way down. This dialogue kind of whirs by quite quick if you don't do the F2 pause thing. And look. This actually went a lot worse compared to my first time, but that's just the Let's Play curse for you. Look, the sun is back. You received the spirit medallion. We're down to the last medallion, aren't we? I couldn't believe we just beat Phantom Ganon. We didn't want to save the world, but we want wealth and power. If he wasn't lying, then we must go deep down the evil place, Abyss. It must be the craziest gamble I've ever taken. Now, unfortunately, we can't really rest our laurels quite yet. Because the second we try, we're gonna get pecked to death by Wei. So we actually need to step inside for just a second. I know, you guys thought we were done with this tomb, but we need to take our second break. So back here in Ganon's tomb, let me get a slightly better view for you guys. We're gonna take that break now. Hopefully that the project work is going well for you if you, if you're still working on it. But, I've talked about after your second break, you stop working on your project. Almost done anyways? Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad you're making good progress on it. Just go- Aniv! Aniv, no. No, we don't say that. Quit being rude, Aniv. Take 2 minutes and think about what you did. Sorry, I know the bot's not gonna learn from that, but it makes me feel better. And it's a bot, so they're not gonna care if I do that anyway. Anyway, that's twice I've said that already in like a 5-second period. It's always funny how you scold the bot like a child. I mean, in other chat rooms, Aniv will sometimes get playfully banned for a temporary amount of time anyway. So it's like, I might as well just, if Aniv is being rude, I'm gonna call it out. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. I'm gonna call it like I see it. I'm not gonna let Aniv, leave rude messages in chat. That's just not happening. But, if this were a real person being rude, I'd probably warn them, or, check to see if it's actually rude first. But because it's the bot, I can play around with it a little bit. You guys already know the algorithmic stuff to do. But if you want to financially support me for any reason, please know that's never required to be here. But if you do ever feel like making a financial contribution, please consider donating on Patreon or Ko-fi, or becoming a Patreon or Ko-fi member. I do have semi-exclusive content there, which I need to probably get to making real soon. In addition, for you guys on Twitch, there's also the Tier 1 subscription. $6 US ensures that you don't have any ads while you're here. You get increased priority on multiplayer queues and so many other benefits it's not even funny. Please consider checking out all of those packages. There's also links to Patreon and Ko-fi in the link tree as well, which should be right underneath the video viewer, video player. And for you guys in YouTube, it should be in the description. Please feel free to check around any and all of those things. We're going to take the second break now, and when we return, you guys remember in 2 episodes, 2 episodes ago, we had like this train station we needed to go deal with? Yeah, we're going to deal with that pack of moving trains now. It's like one of our last things we have to do before we, before we kind of end the game, so to speak. But thank you guys so very much, and I will be back with you in about 5 minutes. See you guys then. am so sorry about that, chat. Let me explain myself. First, I want to make sure everybody, you know, has had a decent time with their commercial break. You know, you guys got something out of it that you wanted, whether that be extra time for work or what have you. I hope you got something useful. I do apologize for the length of time that I was gone. I got caught up in logistical discussions with my dad and my stepmom, his wife. And I'll just say this again in case anybody doesn't know. I appreciate the latitude, Axel, but I am going to explain myself anyway. You just stopped working? Nice. Awesome. I'm glad that you were... Let me make sure I'm not missing chat either. Out of the 8 slides from the PowerPoint, you made 6. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if they can't get across the finish line, that's not your fault. I would feel good about that. Especially if the PowerPoint slides are supposed to be not comprehensive, like you still have to have the oral part to do, and there's a lot more in the oral section than there is stuff on the PowerPoint. I always have the problem of putting too much information on the PowerPoints. That was always a weakness of mine. But going back to my explanation before, I have an elderly uncle. He got transferred to hospice today. He is a cancer patient and has been dealing with cancer for a while. So today the pain became too fierce, and we were all kind of on standby in case we had to go leave to, you know, witness his last waking hours or something like that, because that's my dad's brother I'm talking about here. And I know that's something that I usually don't get the chance to do with uncles and relatives either, is actually watch them pass, like see them move on. I make it sound like it's a zoo exhibit. It's not. It's closure. That's really what it is. It's closure. So if you guys have the spare energy today, please consider leaving some thoughts and some prayers for my uncle so that he may pass in peace. Because he is coughing up blood. There's fluid in his lungs. He's practically bedridden now. The cancer is winning. It's going to. It's a guarantee. So pray for him to pass in peace. That's mainly what I care about, because you can't come back once the cancer is systemic like that, like body-wide. Thank you for the sympathy. It's really not me, though. Like, I'm not that close. You don't believe in God, but you can certainly hope he does pass in peace. That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. I do not judge people for their religious beliefs or lack thereof here on this channel. I've mentioned before that I myself... That's one of the reasons why you think assisted suicide should be legal. When obviously their quality of life is so far down that at that point they would be better served by passing quickly. It's a complicated subject here in the US. I know Canada has it legalized, and there are proponents and critics that have kind of said, you know, the government is kind of like pushing for legalized assisted suicide. And for any bigwigs that are looking for me to censor this word, I'm not. It's suicide. I'm not gonna sit here and say unalive now. This is actually an important topic. Just in case anyone's listening, you know, just in case anyone's listening, not playing that metagame today. It's really inhumane to force people to agonize until the very last second. Then I guess I have a bit of a converse question for you. You know, if let's say a person doesn't want assisted suicide, they want to go through the last moments on their own, would you support that? Even though they're in pain, and it's painful. Would you support that? Support their decision to stay alive to the bitter end? Sure, they can. Okay. And I guess it's a question for everybody else, too. You know, what do you guys think about assisted suicide? It's complicated for me. Because some part of my spiritual beliefs do come into conflict with it. But I think overall, people should be able to die with the amount of dignity they want to have, that they want to pass. The most important thing is you should be able to decide in what condition they pass, if it's possible to. Right, like whether or not their body gets contributed to science. Here in America, people have like wills. I don't know if all countries, you know, have wills or legal documents for what happens to things, what happens to folks after they die, but I know here in America they do. And as long as it's legally written like it's supposed to, the terms of the will are usually binding. So if someone wants their body donated to science, you look at the will. If not, you know, it usually goes to whoever has power of attorney over that person. So if my dad died tomorrow, let's say, his wife, my stepmother, would have the power of attorney in deciding what to do with his corpse if it's not specified in his will anywhere. And then if it's not specified anywhere and the people with power of attorney can't make a decision, only then does the government step in and say this or that. People are given every opportunity to speak up, and it is in your best interests to speak up and decide what you want to do with your newly deceased person. I realize it sounds like we're talking about property, right? You know, it does feel, there is a certain hollow ring to it, but I want us to try to remember we're no longer talking about a living person at that point. We're talking about the body they have now left behind. And it can't just sit there where they've died. Something needs to happen to it. And that's why all the legal procedures for do you have a will, and if you don't, who has power of attorney, is so vital, because otherwise the government gets to decide, and the government isn't always going to respect your wishes on that. They're going to do what they think is in their best interest, which may mean putting them in an unmarked grave somewhere. It may mean, you know, cremating the body if that would be less expensive for them. I know. I sound like a government conspiracy crackpot, but the important thing I'm saying here is draft a will. And if you're in a country where the will, if you can have a legally binding will, have one, because it means that the government has to follow through on terms of that will if you can't. Shoot. I just kind of fell through without even thinking twice about it. Oops. It's fine. How do we want to deal with this, though? Is there anything left in the desert for us to do? I don't think so. There's 19 Skulltula, and we have yet to get all of them. I know. Such exciting subjects to relax to. We're talking about death and dealing with the dearly departed and the duly deceased. But I want to remind people that this is not a positivity channel. We aren't always going to be discussing happy subjects here. I am not someone who is just looking to provide continuous, endless laughs. I do want people to experience catchination, but not at the expense of being inauthentic or not real. And sometimes being real means talking about subjects that are actually important, like spirituality and death. you don't need to approach these things with a grim outlook or anything. There's always peaceful ways to talk about death and its repose, but either even poetic ways to discuss death. But it doesn't have to be this nasty subject. And I guess on the topic of nasty subjects and, you know, how we can subvert them and make them less, it's good there's no taboo. I mean, there's some taboo, right? Like terms of service. I can't violate terms of service. But yeah, no taboo about this subject. Aniv, you know, at least you didn't say anything rude, Aniv. I will take it. I will take it, Aniv. For example, I happen to know that my dad, speaking, Aniv is admiring the snow in his window, clearly. I know my dad does not want a funeral. He wants a party, a funeral party, which I know. Like, yeah, people, he's not like denying people. He's not saying he doesn't want people to grieve for him, but he wants people to celebrate his accomplishments in life or who he was as a person. And, you know, we play his music, and we might speak a eulogy, but we'll make sure to crack a few jokes. Yeah, it's about reducing some of the gravitas of death. This is a really cool idea. There's this tradition in many countries. Yeah, it's not exclusively here in the US. I'm only choosing to get personal. So part of it is going to be when my dad passes on, assuming my stepmother is still around, her and I will, some part of it will be funeral arrangements and some part of it will be party catering. I already know my sibling wants nothing to do with funerals. Like, it's not that they won't do it, but my sibling and I have had this talk many times, and between us, I need to be the person to do it because they mentally can't handle it. Just the death is icky itself, and I don't blame them. I already know for sure that I'm gonna need to handle my dad's death and probably my stepmom and my mom's death as well. And as far as I know, the only one who probably wants a serious funeral is my mom, and that's fine. And hopefully I'll have much bigger health. Much bigger help. Good God. Much bigger help dealing with that, because there will be a lot more people invested in my mother's funeral. She has her whole side of the family. My dad has fewer people. After death, you'd like to not have a tombstone, but a tree? My sibling wants this too. They want to be buried and you know, have a tree at the spot of their death. It's important for me. It's kind of like the tree is representing me after death as a symbolic reincarnation into something alive and thriving instead of a sad dead stone. And trees always meant a lot to you. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. If I can help it, and I do want to get my body in a better condition, but what I want to do is donate my body to science and, you know, have people, you know, study me. I'm an autistic person. I'm a person that has autism, and there are not enough case studies of biology as it relates to autistic people. There's a far smaller sample. So I think I can do some good in the field of medicine after I'm gone. But I can't do it if I'm overweight and I have a whole bunch of other health issues. I have to get my body right for that. I know. I'm cleaning up for my body for people that don't give a single shit about me. I will be an interesting case study at best. But I think advancing the field of medicine is important. I'm a molecular and cellular biologist, or I was going to be one. I hold a lot of value for the field of the. I hold a lot of value for the field of medicine. And even though I wasn't training to be a doctor or a nurse, I was going to train to be a biodefense specialist. Biodefense specialism or a biodefense specialist crosses over with human services and with medicine a lot. There's a bigger guarantee of getting a tree, you know, being able to cremate yourself for a tree. There's a bigger guarantee on that. If I want my death, my programmed death to go the way I want it to, I have a lot more I have to do right. Damn, this is a depressing subject. There's no, but I like to think there's some, what do I want to say? Repose? There's some repose. There's some, no, it's good. No. Like I said, there are ways to talk about death that aren't depressing. And I'd like to think that plans for our bodies after we die is a way we can add some solemn beauty to the subject of death. I know some people want to have elaborate headstones and stuff. My dad is one of them. My dad wants to be buried in the same grave that his dad died. Not in exactly the same grave, but next to it. I know that he wants to be buried at that cemetery with a headstone to mark his position, and not a 2x4. That's not what I'm thinking of, but like a place to mark where he has been buried. He wants to be buried and returned to the earth. I don't know. I don't think he wants a coffin, but good Lord. This room is stuffy, and I don't know how I'm gonna fix it. This is very important to me since childhood, because when your cat passed, we buried and planted a tree over it, and it's become the biggest tree of your garden. That's awesome. That is awesome. Is it like a deciduous tree, like an oak or a pine? Well, I'm naming U.S. trees here, but or some other kind of hardwood tree, or was it more like a fruit tree? I don't know. I'm curious if you know or remember what tree you planted for your cat when it passed. And it's awesome you have a garden, by the way. One of my goals in life is going to be to get an aquaponics or an aeroponic array in my basement. You don't know the name of the tree in English? It's a tree that's typically kind of white, and you find in a forest. Yeah, I'm real curious. I know birch trees are white sometimes, but it's not. There's also white oak. That's another one. There are quite a few different trees with whitish bark, or with light heartwood or light softwood. Birch, okay, birch tree. Birch trees are nice. Anev, question: is there something in playing a modified controller? It's indecent. Anev, I don't know what you're talking about, bud. We're gonna carry on now. Learned an English word today. Yeah, birch is just a type of tree. We have 2 hearts left to find, and I'm almost quite sure the Death Temple will give us one of those. We have a bottle that we gotta find somewhere. I don't know where that is. And we've also got the train station. Let's go check the train station, because I'm quite sure there's not a train station for the desert. I did say that was one of the last things we had to do. And then we'll actually be able to go to the Death Temple and probably fight the game's final boss. I kind of happen to know it's there in the Death Temple. And the Death Temple will probably take at least one more consistently dedicated episode. Let's see. Birch, spruce, pine, maple, cypress. I know quite a few trees. When I was gonna study to be a biodefense specialist, I was gonna focus more on the non-virus, non-bacterial things that people might make a bioweapon out of, like cordyceps. In The Last of Us, or in that game series, there's a fungus that turns organisms into zombies. In real life, the cordyceps fungus actually turns ants into zombies. It takes over their central ganglia, and eventually everything the ant does is for the sake of the cordyceps. It's not for its hive or its nest or its queen anymore. It's for the cordyceps, and after it dies, it spreads. It would only take a madman to figure out how to do that with a human being. It would be like COVID all over again, but worse. And that would have been my goal in life. So, I know a fair bit about botany. Not 100% about botany, but that would have been my goal. I probably would have even had the chops to be a florist if I finished my education. In your village, there's a kind of holy hill where a religious man was murdered on top of it in 1700, and a tree was planted on the spot he died. It became a very big tree on top of the hill that was very important for the village. Unfortunately, this tree died a couple of years ago, and you're still in grief. It was such a majestic tree that is locally famous. Wow. How did it die? It wasn't like cut down, was it? There was like a disease? That's usually what gets a lot of trees is you know, arboreal diseases. Things like, oh, the inside is infested with too many termites, or, you know, the xylem or phloem become infected with a plant virus or something. That's usually how trees like that die. Or, in lots of cases, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between external and internal factors because it's different for every plant. But sometimes it could be a nutritional disease. It was a very long... Right, I already read that. A new tree has been planted where the old tree was. That's good, at least. To continue the cycle, kind of. Yeah, obviously it's not the same tree, but at least, you know, that hill, that holy hill, knows what death is. And death of all kinds of organic material has enriched that soil. So unless that soil is tainted somehow, that newly planted tree should be well nourished and will be a nice strong tree. At least that's my hope anyway. Are we guys ready for trains? Oops. No, I went in the wrong one. Oops. Very, very big oops. Let's fix that. I promise these dead old rail cars is not what I'm talking about. Yeah, but this tree is in the memories of the previous tree. People were really attached and we're grieving it like it's a person. I wouldn't blame them. I don't blame anyone for that. Because the tree becomes an extension of that person. Yeah, exactly. It's associated with the memories of the previous tree, and that previous tree was associated with the memory of a person. Okay, so I'm gonna make save states here. And we're gonna get serious. Feel free to continue discussing, but this is a timed section and I am going to have to focus for a short while. Oh, I can't shoot any magic. I can't use magic arrows while I'm like this. Dang it. Oh, this is just a complete mess. Nice. Very epic. The explosions are epic, I will give you that. I hate this. Unfortunately, the explosions do kind of make this place lag like hell. Link fighting World War I guess. It could be like that. We're just gonna not use Nehru's love while we're here. I've kind of got the shuffling down for... I've kind of got the shuffling down for how I need to sidestep around these missiles, but it's not easy, and we're fighting on narrow platforms. Stop that while I get up here. We've actually made it most of the way through here before. I just didn't want to bore people by, you know, sitting through this again, or like spending hours doing this. And I would love to make microstates through this so we can actually complete it, but it's time. I can't really do that. You so don't want Sands of Time to end? I guess you'll be rooting for me to have to make multiple tries on this, huh? Because we really don't have that much left to go. We've completed all of the 3 major overworld dungeons. The only thing we have to do now is actually just... we just got the Death Temple to complete. Okay, this part is new material. Now I gotta be on the lookout for golden Skulltulas again. Nice. Awesome. Love that for me. Okay, alright. You have water from plastic? Having water from glass or plastic? You have water from plastic, unfortunately. I keep a couple of plastic cups around to just kind of, they're nice lightweight cups. They have my dad's football team on them. It's not a big deal for me, but my dad makes a bigger deal out of it than I do. I just see them as nice lightweight cups. You have a plastic bottle you refill every day? I used to have some of those. And then I got rid of them all because they were cluttering my desk. And my folks didn't really... Nice. My folks didn't like the same kinds of plastic bottles and canteens I did. So anything not in the walk-in mud room is gone. Nice. Every bonk I do, every head bonk is a few extra seconds lost. I think it's one of your neurodivergent traits, but you really need a straw to drink or you don't manage to stay hydrated. That's weird even for me. Could very much be a neurodivergent trait. Nice. Okay, I need to stop spazzing and start playing. Minute left on the clock. This is quite stressful. All right, what's down here? Okay. I'm gonna make a save in case it puts me back at the beginning. So I'm really curious as to what's over here. Nice. Oh, I really don't want to be voiding out right now. Really? That's interesting. So, like, there's clearly a way to get to the end, and we're just not spotting it anywhere? Alright. Sure, let's head back over here then. Because we can't actually do anything like, climb these tanks with acid, or climb these rail cars with acid in them. That's just not happening. Back through here where the pressure of the timer can be relieved from us for just a minute. Let's make a new save state. You just never feel thirsty ever, so you count on the fact you would constantly suck on the bottle whenever you're a little stressed or whatever, and you dislike the sensation of drinking from a glass or from a normal bottle. You need the comfort of a straw. Yeah, that definitely is a neurodivergent trait, for sure. It's a texture version, or texture preference, which of course is completely valid. I'm only saying that's probably another feather in the cap for you may want to seriously pursue a. I have to be careful about this. But I have an official autism diagnosis in my country, and it really prevents me from getting visas to go anywhere else. I don't know what France is like for people who have official mental health diagnoses like autism, but if I know how hard it is to get visas to do this or that, if you've got autism, there are compelling, legitimate reasons not to get the diagnosis. But if you don't plan on ever leaving France for any reason, you'd like to get an official diagnosis for misophonia first, that is probably a more reasonable pathway, yes. And then investigate autism. Smart. And I imagine there will probably be some form of legal counseling about, oh, if you get autism, these are the things the government might watch out for when they're dealing with you, etc., etc. My country doesn't much care unless it comes to things like housing or other paperwork, so for me, my official diagnosis really only socially affects me. Well, you do want to get a diagnosis so at work they can't force you to do things you're unable to do. Yeah, there are legitimate, compelling reasons. They also can't legally discriminate based on that. Yep, I agree. I would make sure to have a job first, just in case. Like, make sure you get nice and comfortable in your institution in case they start doing what I call shadow discrimination, which is quite common here in the US, where, like, if you're a neurodivergent person and you're capable of holding a job, they might give you less than what you could be doing, and they might measure your performance based on that. I don't know what French companies are like, and I'm sure there are more stringent procedures. Also, if you got the diagnosis of autism, it would finally explain why you're misophonic, perhaps. It could also be simply a comorbidity. For those who are not aware of the term that's being used, comorbidity just means conditions that arise or occur because of various mental health disorders. And once you catch one of them, so to speak, it's real easy to start having other mental health disorders that arise as a result of the mental health disorder. Like, once you're autistic, or you know you have autism, it can explain so many other things. My sibling, for a while, was classified as having depression. Then they moved to bipolar disorder, and then finally, while the diagnosis isn't official, the current therapist is pretty sure it's autism, and it would explain a lot of stuff. What can I say? Autism explains lots of things. It also gives people an incredible ground to be, it's not discriminatory all the time. What's the word I'm looking for? Patronizing. It really compels people to try to coddle you somehow. Literally half of the fellow misophoniacs that you know are autistic, so there's there's a good correlation, right? You know they found a link between misophonia and OCD, and you're confirmed to have OCD, so it makes sense. Yeah, so spades are spades, right? And if it's shaped like a spade, it digs like a spade, and it holds dirt like a spade, it's a spade. Like, but there's nothing wrong with the spade being shaped like one or holding dirt. And there's nothing wrong with autistic people either, in case anyone in the back gets ideas about being viscerally rude to neurodivergent people. I just want to nip that in the bud right there. But what I will say is, in my experience, the diagnosis is a double-edged sword. Once people know it, and if it ever becomes their business to know it, they'll coddle you, they'll patronize you, they'll do everything to keep you from getting hurt, which sometimes is a good thing, and sometimes you need the human experience. And it's like, I can do this, I'm like every other person in this regard, please just let me experience this thing that everyone else has experienced on my own, and I can form my own opinions on it. Sometimes you just feel frustrated, like, why your brain's like that. Me too. Like, why do I think this way? It's something I'm projecting a bit of my experience, right? I know I'm projecting, but I'd like to think that some of what I'm projecting is also the truth. It's wishful thinking on my part, for sure, but I don't think I'm alone in pointing out the patronizing nature that people tend to adopt once they know you have the tism. Can never happen. You would drop the series in a month, in one run. I'm trying to hold on for a month now. Allergies. Well, Nev, be thankful you are an AI chatbot and you are not a speedrunner, eh? That would be a problem. Especially misophonia. Like, I mean, autism is not a disease. You wouldn't consider it that way. Me neither. It's a different way of functioning. Our brains are all wired differently. And it's fine for people to be tolerant in the general sense, but once autism shows up, people either change their tune or just become overbearing. It's I could sit here and wax on and on about that. Let's not do that. Misophonia is just like your brain deciding to hurt yourself over generally not harmful things. You just constantly suffer because of your brain. I mean, that's what therapy is for. Oh, and you hate being infantilized? That's the word I was looking for. That's the exact word I was looking for. Infantilized. The less extreme version is, nice. The less extreme version is, of course, being patronized, but I've experienced both. They both suck. You just kind of have to, you're so often infantilized, and I really hate it. I'm like, dude, I'm not an idiot. And, you know, I also am guilty of patronizing people. You get used to it. If you become patronized, you often, for me, it materializes in the way of, oh, I know that most people probably already know this thing we're talking about, but if I don't explain it, there's going to be someone asking, you know, what's this thing? I'm going to bump into the case scenario of, oh, someone actually hasn't talked about it, and now I feel utterly and repellently stupid for not having explained it. Well, people know you collect Littlest Pet Shops, which is a child's toy. It actually is a child's toy. So people also assume I'm like a child, and you aren't. I have a cousin, who was and this cousin's on my mom's side of the family tree. She is huge into Hello Kitty, and she is also on the spectrum like I am. She's on a deeper level of it compared to me. I'm what I would call level 1 autistic, whereas my cousin is level 2 autistic, and so they can still hold a job. They can still go to college and still get an education, but they have to have a caseworker with them to process some things that they just can't handle and will never have the perspective to handle. And people infantilize her all the time. Especially for us level 1 autistic people, though. Yeah, our needs are mostly social. And so if we happen to have interests that overlap, like my obvious interest is video games, I love that. But many people seem to think that video games are a child's pastime, and I am surrounded by that swath of people that say, you just haven't grown up yet. It's very annoying. I just have to smile and wave and say, okay, sure, maybe I'll grow out of it at some point, but, you know, just don't be surprised if I never do. Something along those lines. Wow, I really was not expecting an expansive inside of a train. I just want to say that. The operation of converting subjects to redead comes to fruition. What? Though these redeads aren't that stable in the battlefield, they aren't able to revive in flames. But who cares if no one asks? I don't care about how redeads would behave in the war, just like I don't care about pay, the conflict, morality. I just want my piece of fun. I love to hear the subjects screaming during their operation. The actors of my next play are the brats caught from the... Oh, God. Oh, no. Caught from the forest. I will be thrilled again. Okay. So we have a sadist on our hands. We have someone who's given up on life and has decided that other people should also give up on life. You're so not social. Except online, though. You don't actually really like to be alone virtually, but you definitely crave solitude in real life. You're introverted. That makes a lot of sense. My sibling is this way. I'm weird, apparently, among autistic people. I am a weird one. I am a sensory seeker. I love being around people. I love chatting with people, as long as they're not rude bigots or, you know, they're not being actually evil despots or something. It's rare for me to find a person that can't at least talk with and get along with for the moment. I know, a fallen STEM major, a people person? Say it isn't so. But, yeah, I'm a people person. I have fewer friends than is normal for a people person, but I am one. I have moments where I crave solitude, you know, when my social battery is drained like anyone else, but I'm definitely weird. My sibling and I are diametric opposites in many ways, and that includes how social we are. My sibling keeps a rather close group of friends and doesn't care to expand beyond that, whereas I like befriending lots of people. I love talking with people and making new friends. Of course, I have to remind myself that my situation is not the norm, and me being an extrovert does cause me to not relate to autistic people as much as I should. Everyone is unique, agreed. Everyone is unique, but you can still form a trend line with groups of human beings, right? We all have a... It must be difficult to be extroverted and autistic. Hey, I don't want to say that it is difficult. Do I struggle to socialize? Yeah, but not in the typical way. Not in the typical way for autistic people. I have a huge hatred of liars. Huge hatred. I do not... That's the one thing that really grates me, is when people aren't honest. In the neurotypical world, it's quite common to have to lie. If you want to maintain friendships, you lie. And on some level, the human condition is to tell lies too. We tell ourselves white lies all the time, and we tell our friends white lies because it's inconsiderate to tell the truth all the time. I have issues on those levels, where sometimes I'll just come out and say what everyone's probably been thinking, but it's rude to do that. And while you never ever lie, you're unable to lie to people, and even if you wanted to, it would be too visible anyway. Yes, I'm an awful liar. And I'm terrible at keeping secrets, too. I do my best, and I've certainly gotten better at it while I've been in the neurotypical space. But I always separate the secrets from this won't hurt us if it's a secret to, you know, this thing is actively damaging people as a secret, and it needs to be spoken. Good R. What? What? I'm sorry, what? There's nothing in this room, right? Is this a tripwire? Yeah, it is. Whenever you want to surprise gift your friends, you keep telling them about it, and they end up guessing it. Oh, I try not to do surprise gifts, or if I do surprise gifts, you know, nice. I'm pretty confident we need to backflip over these wires. Nice. Because otherwise I will blab about it, and I have had people, you know, guess the gift before. Okay. Cool. And there's not like some hole there. So this is just meant to force us to backflip a specific way. Thanks. Appreciate the GGs. I think this will be our way out. Yeah, this will be our way out. And also, it sucks that the music has disappeared. So sorry about that, but apparently this place just doesn't have any. What was I saying before? Yeah, I definitely don't like keeping secrets. And I don't be, let's not get it twisted. I do keep secrets. I am capable of keeping them. But they have to be profound secrets. They have to be something that I know personally, if I say it, bad things are gonna happen. And I'm not gonna be able to control the outcome if I were to tell someone about it. That's like my line in the sand for secret keeping. Otherwise, I might find ways to quietly spill the secret, or I'll write it down. If I know a secret's important and I need to keep it, I'll write it down so I know, you know, hey, yeah, it's in written form, someone can see it, but I always keep, I keep a sort of log of this type of stuff. And I typically don't show it to people, for obvious reasons. Typically, it's relationship stuff. That's usually the type of secret I most often would be keeping. Hello. I definitely do not want to go over there. Nice. Quote unquote. I'm gonna focus 1 second while I get through here. My sibling, on the other hand, who is also neurodivergent, is much better at keeping secrets than I am. Which... So I wouldn't necessarily say it's a uniquely autistic thing to not be able to be someone's secret keeper. It's really just a matter of, have you had to ever keep secrets for your own defense before? If you do, then you're generally better at it than a lot of other autistic people are. If you've never had to keep a secret for your own personal defense before, then you're bad at it, like me. Wait. How the hell do I make it through this? I think I have to backflip onto this last one. It literally, that is a cool segment. I literally had to backflip through these to get through it. A roll wasn't gonna do it. That is super cool. Now, where do we end up? Over here on the opposite side? Okay. Cool. There is way more to this rail car than I was ever expecting. Okay, this is meant to be... Nope, never... I thought it was a shortcut. Yeah, you can go down there, please and thank you. Is that timed? No, it's not. Okay, good. Goody. Now, is this a shortcut? No, not really. What the heck is in this train rail car? Ah, that is a nasty trick, Sir Debug Log. That is an extremely nasty trick. Exit ahead. What the heck? What is all this? I'm just so engrossed. I'm so enthralled. I need to know what's here. Oh, it's the cell with the Kokiri kids in it. Are you here to free me? Yeah, I am. The way is safe, good sir. That explains the empty bottle, chat. That explains the empty bottle. We got our last empty bottle. I was not expecting that. I'm gonna make a save state here. I want to know... Okay, so we don't need to make a save state. Good. I would rather know that I don't need to... hello. Oh, this isn't just any of them. They're iron guards. Okay. I bet this is how we were meant to fall in there. Oh, the hover boots kind of saved us here. I was certainly expected to fall down here. Or we were meant to kind of be in this cage and have to hook shot out. Let's just see. Yeah, we were meant to fall in here. We actually can't fall out, like, we can't actually make our way in there now to see if there was, like, spirits in that cage or something. Alright. Does that take care of everything? It's like it's just multiple vats of acid everywhere. And the child is gone. Good, good. Before we take this exit, I need to see if there are other paths to go. That is not it. That is incorrect. And thanks for the congrats on that. It's nice to know we got the empty bottle. So was it this door or was it the other door? We're gonna find out in just a second. Okay, it's this door. This door is new. Holy hell in a handbasket. Ah, so that's where this is. Is this a cat emote? Robopo drunk. Ah, this was for the acid comment earlier. Had to have been. The train car here is just such a vexing mystery. I think this is it. I think we've explored everything. We had to have explored everything. So we come through here, we go to the shortcut, we go back to the machine, and then what? We can't go here. This is just like permanently blocked off. There's nothing back there. I don't hear any scritching or anything that we would need to worry about. This is just... Oh, is there a chest in here? There's a chest in here. So somewhere there is a part of the vent we could fall through. Yeah, because we can't do it here. Might it be this part here? I think we kind of already went up here, but we're gonna find out. No, we actually have not been through here. Ah, I'm glad I poked around, because here's another Skulltula here. I'm so engrossed. I have to give debug log props. I was sort of thinking we would just have this like train segment where there's nothing to do, but you know, get to the end at the last train car and just keep going, or you know, be ported somewhere else. But there's like a whole inside of a train car and everything. Hello. We can actually kill these now. Yay! Heart pieces. Okay, and I think that takes care of everything. Oh, hello. This Redead was not here before. Okay, please tell me we have another way we can go. Maybe here? Maybe we can go through here and it'll take us... Yeah, this should connect back up nicely with what we were doing before. Good. Good, now we can actually go to the exit properly. Let's hope there's... Let's just hope there's, you know, something else waiting at the exit, right? We don't get ejected back to the train station. I'm really curious where this all goes. And then after that, we could take our last break, because I have not taken one yet. And I am grossly overdue for that last commercial break. Oh, yeah, no, you're not getting me. Nice try, sir. Never mind. Yikes. Oh, well, at least we already cleared the threat out of this room. This ROM hack is just so expansive. I'm grateful to debug log, of course, but this place is just huge. The average player would get lost in this for hours. I really don't buy the it's 15 hours. Really? That's it. We're just, you know, it's over. We're all right back out to the train station. Okay. Yeah, 15 hours, I guess, assumes you just beat the game and you're not worried about collecting stuff. Yeah, that's like if you rush. Exactly. That's what I was thinking of. If we're taking our time, I could easily see this being 30 hours long. Just look at our track record, and I've spent some of the time gabbing. Like, if I took out all the gab sessions, we've still spent like 25 hours. And you cut out basically about an hour for intermissions. We've easily spent about 25 hours just in the game, which is just nuts. It's insane. Is there anything else? We never did find Ingo, because I know the Gerudo have Ingo somewhere. Well, we never did. Does this chest just like respawn or what? Nope, I think that's it. All right, so what I'm gonna do is this. We're gonna go, we're gonna go empty out our items here, or specifically our 2 bottles filled with Lon milk, and we're gonna replace them with a red potion and a green potion, because we don't have a blue potion in this game. It's either red or green. And once we do that, we're gonna take our last break. Oh, and I don't think I ever said this, but because of the uber extended extra long break I took, you know, in the second break, I am gonna extend the stream time by 10 minutes. I think that's fair. That way you guys get 4 hours of content and not 3 hours and however much change is left over. As a general rule, I try to... Thank you. I appreciate that. As a general rule, I do try, and if I know I've been late due to either extenuating circumstances or, you know, my break just happens to pan out longer than average, I will go ahead and extend the stream time. I can't always do this, though. Thankfully, I appreciate that, Axel. Thankfully, I'm gonna, in case it uses the red potions first, we're gonna go ahead and drink these bottles manually. Alright, let's go grab the red potion and the green potion and we can take a break. What was I saying? Right. Link had nice milk. That is nice Lon milk. Or actually, you know what? You know what, chat? In this universe, it's Jabu milk. Because there was a joke about it earlier. It's the meme that never stops. It's whale milk. Imagine a whale fat emulsion turned into milk. Blech. Yuck. But that's the running joke, and this game keeps up with it as much as Time Lost and Master of Time did. It was the Jabu milk conspiracy. No, let me actually talk to you. Thank you. I'll grab one of these. And we're gonna grab... What are you looking at? Have you never seen a person without a lower body before? Yes, man, we've seen you standing in your potion vat before. Oh, one other really nice gag. We can use our munitions in here, so I can pretty safely point it out. See this face? This pot with a face? Does that face remind you of anything? I, as a trading card game enthusiast, know what that face is. But I'm curious to see if anyone else recognizes that particular face from earlier. In fact, I think I'm gonna leave that as a... You were looking elsewhere? Okay, I will bring you back to the potion shop where you could see it. We can actually take the a Niv. Are you gonna guess? That would be hilarious if a Niv gave a guess to that. A Niv is definitely thinking. I will grant it that. A Niv is definitely thinking. That is hilarious. So here's our friend, the pot with the face. Now that I probably have your attention, Axel. This lovely thing. This is a very iconic face. I know where it is. In fact, well, I'm gonna let you guys take some guesses over break, and I will probably award some overtone points to go along with it. You don't know that? That's fair. No problem. Then I'll be happy to reveal that when I come back from break. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me. I have not actually said a thank you today. I've used other words instead. But thank you for hanging out with me. Greatly appreciated. I'll probably try to clear the itch out of my nose as well. I'm not sure where that's coming from. But, this is nice enough music, I guess. I've already done all the shilling. That's what I was thinking about. But yeah, thank you guys so much, and I will see you after this commercial break. We all know the spiel on that at this point. See you guys then. Sorry about that. I am back. I had to once again get caught up in logistical discussions about dinner. Apparently, my dad's gonna take care of the... my dad has already taken care of the roast pork loin, and we have opted to reheat the leftovers on our own, so the 10 minutes doesn't quite much... The 10-minute extension we're taking on today's stream doesn't quite matter as much anymore. Thank you. Now that I've left people with this interesting face for over, I'd say, 10 minutes now, maybe not quite 10 minutes, in about 10 minutes is generally when when I can replay an ad, so I know it hasn't been that long yet. This lovely face belongs to a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Let me switch the scene here. Are we planning on raiding today? Is that your question, or is that just an emote before the question? Ah, you haven't played those? That is completely fair. And yes to the are we raiding or not? Probably. I believe I have the time to do that today. Yeah, this is on a specific... Let's try this again, and I'm going to check the audio output here before I start with that challenge. Can you hear me? You can hear again? Good. Yes, for those who don't know, this is on the Yu-Gi-Oh card called Pot of Greed. I'm going to show this to you guys on the internet, or using the internet, so that we have a nice description, or a nice comparison to run by it. Here's that face for everyone to see. This little insidious Yu-Gi-Oh spell card. You can see it now? Good. This thing lets you draw 2 cards. Oh, you know? Well, goody for you, Aniv. I am so glad you know about this random Yu-Gi-Oh card that I also know about. Yeah, literally the text on the card's effect says, draw 2 cards. That's all it says. It's so simple. But 2 cards from where? Because Yu-Gi-Oh is a game where you summon monsters, and the problem-solving card text, it reads like a demonic contract from the abyss. Everything needs to be specified, like which zone it's coming from, and, you know, what kinds of cooldowns and restrictions on the card there are. I just wanted to share that with people. I'm also a trading card game enthusiast. Now, I'm aware of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I know the cards, but I don't actually play. Well, not anymore anyway. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was a little kid. And I'm 32 now, so that should tell you how old I am. I feel old now. Let's get out of here because this music is starting to get on my nerves. Yeah, it's old. These TCGs are like 20 plus years old now. It's one of the longest standing trading card games out there. I did used to have a collection. It's my siblings now. Oh yes, and I do need to remove my glasses. Thank you so much for that. It's 4:53 now. So it's gonna be... I'm going to be doing that a lot, by the way. Don't expect me to stay within view of the cam. It'll be 4:58 when I actually get to put my glasses back on. Yay. I'm really gonna have a bad time with this. So, the trading card game that I'm normally play is Magic the Gathering, which is it's Euclidean, but at least Magic the Gathering is difficult in its rules text, or in how all the rules interact. It's not an arbitrary slap fest between judge rulings. How fun is that? How fun is what exactly? Me having to, lean over to read chat, or the trading card games? Just so I don't lose, I'm not getting conversations crossed. I'm curious to see, I know in the 1.19 patch, both, well, can I say that I generally enjoy having my eyesight? But this is why I have it as an option. I hope people find it entertaining. Just the constant moving to see chat. Yeah, everything really is just a blur of colors and shapes. As for the trading card game, I enjoy Magic the Gathering. I play a client called Magic the Gathering Arena. I do it whenever I've got the spare time. And I enjoy a format in that trading card game called Brawl, and Commander subsequently is the paper version. And essentially you have a sort of deck master, or commander is what the term for us is, and we get to pull it out and summon it as long as we've got the resources. And our goal is to try to win the game with a heightened life total and everything. It's quite fun. Gosh, your wisdom tooth decided to be bothersome now? As if you weren't having enough pain already? I'm sorry. How is dental for you over there in France? Well, sir, I do want to get 120 spiders, but, we kind of have to clean up before we do that, and I don't know how many are in the Death Temple. I know it took a while to get my wisdom teeth removed, and the fact that they're decaying is a problem, to say the least. You might not be the right person to talk to about that, since the last time you visited a doctor was over 11 years ago. Oh man, that's a struggle that hits all too close to home. I take it it's mostly a monetary issue, right? Like seeing the doctor's expensive, can't easily afford it. That sound about right? No, it's free in France? Ah, right. You guys have, but there are waiting lists, right? I could imagine so. I am such a clock hawk while I'm waiting for my glasses to come back to me. Well, we're not gonna get anywhere by just walking around Steel Town. I can imagine wisdom teeth still needing, like, surgical removal, though, and that's probably hella expensive. I can't imagine that being something that you easily pay for. It's more like, well, it's about ethics. Ethics in your family, kind of. You don't want to take the place of someone who needs it more. You only go if it's necessary. I would qualify a decaying wisdom tooth as necessary. Did you know that can lead to gangrene? like that. I have a hole in my teeth. I have a hole in one of my back molars, and it's like decaying. I have to brush it twice as often as anything else. Okay, I'm pretty sure that timer has passed, so I can actually see again. Also, very few doctors and too many patients. Yeah, I figured there would probably be wait times more than anything. Gotta wait 5 hours to get there. That stinks. And I guess that's what many proponents for, or many critics of, you know, taxpayer-funded medical will say is that, oh, well, there are wait lists and everything. You know, so far it's not alarming, but you'll try to get it checked next year. Another problem is most doctors don't take new patients. That's baffling. How do you get seen? If you haven't been to the doctors in a long time and you gotta have someone... That's backwards. It seems backwards to me. They only take their usual patients. Can I be mad on your behalf? Can I be mad on your behalf? How are you supposed to get anything done if you can't, if doctors aren't taking new patients? I guess it's, we do experience some of that here in the US, but generally it's a matter of insurance. So like if I were to move and my insurance isn't in that state or whatever, I do have to go through and get new insurance and see new doctors. But it's usually not a matter of, will that doctor take on a patient? It's, will the insurance cover or permit that doctor to be your caretaker, to cover your case? And if the insurance says no, then you find a different doctor. Here, it's more like the power is solely at the discretion of a doctor. So when you keep moving out to new places, it's a struggle. I can imagine. I think, if anything, you know, that's sort of informed my worldview. And I know I'm going to say this, and it's the same reason why you haven't had your misophonia diagnosis. The only psychiatrists in your city don't take new patients, and you gotta have a car to go more into the countryside. Yikes. So as someone who isn't under socialized medicine, I see its appeals, right? I see its appeals. You've lived in medical deserts, so it really sucks. Yeah, and medical deserts exist here too. So I guess the point I want to make, and this is just for anyone who's trying to be a general detractor, is it doesn't matter, you know, what system you're under, whether you pay for your insurance and doctors, or it's taxpayer funded, and you're only paying for anything that is so far removed from taxpayer dollars. It's the net same. If there are still medical deserts and there are still issues, it comes down to, what do people want more? You're so thankful for free healthcare? I think a lot of American citizens, if they could keep their doctors and not have to worry about whether or not, you know, there are going to be additional unintended expenses, because state-sponsored healthcare is an additional tax burden. It just is. If people were okay with all the upfront expenses, sure. I don't see a problem with that. It's when companies decide to tack on unintended expenses that taxpayers were not aware of prior to agreeing to have state-sponsored healthcare that I think state-sponsored healthcare becomes a problem. It's when people start trying to use it as a vehicle for something else. In Germany, you did go to the hospital, and the medical bill was 1,500 euros, all covered by Social Security. Yeah, that's not cheap. I realized how expensive that was, and thankfully you didn't pay anything. Yeah, so like everyone else is choosing to shoulder that collective burden. I think there needs to be, and this is just me personally, I break from many of my friends on this one. A lot of my friends are all like, American healthcare sucks. The Europeans have the correct model. We should just use that one. It works. And I would generally agree. It does work. But I think there needs to be some overlap. Because if you just remove an existing system and replace it with a new one and you don't have a backup plan, you don't have a way to ensure there isn't going to be institutional collapse, there's going to be a problem. And it's going to be bigger than whatever you lobbied for. Whether it's, you know, state-sponsored education, state-sponsored healthcare, etc., etc. If you're going to make the state pay, tax us in order to fund these things, there better bloody well be a revenue plan in place that's beyond the all too convenient cry of tax the rich, because that's an easy cry to make, and it's one that's difficult to prove. It's one that necessarily divides people. Higher education isn't actually free, for example. Your college costs 1,800 euros a year, but if you're poor, it's free, and that's good. I would kill, not literally, but just as a term of expression, I would do almost anything to have that. And then I would actually have a bachelor's degree right now, but meh. C'est la vie. Can't change the past. You can only worry about the future, that sort of thing. And the canteen price is divided by 3 if you're poor. That's nice. It's nice that there is a proportional cost. And thankfully, quote unquote, you are poor. I hope that changes. I wish you the best in getting your internship and getting out of that bracket. That is not a fun bracket to be in. Before I lived with my dad, I lived with my mom, and my mom went from job to job, and the cushiest job she's ever had is as a security guard for an institution that didn't care about her and chose to replace her with a piece of technology. And that was paying a little bit less than $10 an hour, which is it's a standard rate for security in for insurance companies. Hey there, Millschoolin. Good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome from YouTube. Welcome. Enjoy your stay. How are you in health and spirit? Moving back over to Twitch for a second. As an engineer that's going to end soon, that's good. I look forward to that. Really, I do. So we need to move back down here to the abyss. That's not the, nope, of course it's not the correct thing. Doing excellent, going back to YouTube, set up your Christmas tree. Awesome. I'm not sure I'm gonna have a Christmas this year, but I'm willing to bet my stepmother at least wants a tree, and maybe grandma, the lovely lady we're taking care of, might also want a Christmas tree. So we'll have to see. Thank you for the well-wishing, Mill School, and I really appreciate it. Moving back over to Twitch for a second. You're thankful for this system because your dad is only a factory worker and your mom is a housewife? Still, you could do long studies 500 kilometers from home, even study abroad, and you didn't need to work during your studies. Feels like luxury? It is. I would definitely describe it as that. And it's one I'm glad you could have. I'm lucky that I'm in debt now, but I'm glad I took out the debt that I did, because I would have had to work and go to college at the same time, and that would have been god-awful. I definitely wouldn't have been able to do anything except work and college and nothing else. I hope everybody has a blessed holiday, whether it's Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Yule, or other holidays. No matter what creed or spirituality you have, I hope you have a blessed holiday. I hope that there are many presents for you to open. I hope that there is good food and good company. Merriment is truly a good medicine. It's good that in Europe, people can actually change their socioeconomic status with studies. The Phantom Ganon said that we need to jump into the blood pool for the next medal. Is that a trap? I wouldn't say so. So we're back here in the Abyss, people. Make sure not missing chat here. My girlfriend is Jewish. We celebrate both Hanukkah and Christmas. That is awesome. That is awesome, Mill Schoolin'. What's the contrast like? Like, is the spirit of merriment similar between the two holidays, or is there like a marked difference? Like one is a more jovial celebration than the other? Just out of curiosity, I've never celebrated anything beyond Christmas, and the closest I could get is maybe celebrating Yule with my sibling. Because that is what they do. They celebrate Yule in place of Christmas, and I've never done that. Mixed religion families are so inspiring. I agree. And Niv, what are you saying? Words. Hey Elena, welcome to the stream. How are you doing on YouTube? How are you doing? Good to see you. How are you in health and spirit today? Your Mills girlfriend? Awesome. Just liked and subbed. Thank you. Appreciate it. So many people tonight. Yes, Twitch and YouTube. We are multi-streaming together. Say hello. You guys, I mean, obviously cross-platform conversation is difficult, but at least you guys can see each other, which is what that panel down there is for. What are we saying, Aniv? That's been pretty good. I like it. Might be fun to see more hit, and they're gonna love it. I don't know what you're saying, Aniv. Wait, let me go on YouTube and join the club. Hey, that's why I'm multi-streaming, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly so that we can, all kind of like talk together. Sorry about that. I apparently didn't check that properly. So sorry. Let me go back and make sure I don't miss any chat. So many people tonight. Everyone is pulling up. I really do appreciate that. Welcome on in, Gastropod Entertainment. Good to see you. How are you doing in health and in spirit? Enjoy your stay. And Axel has decided to move from Twitch to YouTube. I'm sorry, Axel. Yeah, YouTube, Okay, I'm gonna need to go fix this right now. So give me just a second while I do that. While I'm fixing this nice, lovely thing about chatbot or Nightbot, how are we all doing? I'm gonna move the mic over so that I could still talk to people. You posted on Discord? Awesome. I'll take a look at that in just a moment. I came up with this filter by myself, by the way. Nightbot, why are you beefing with the girlfriend? It's just the spam. It's the chat moderation spam protection I have. I guess I'm not used to people, you know, using a whole bunch of emotes in here. Let's just untoggle that. There we go. All right, I got that all fixed again. But let me go back and catch up on chat here. Yep. Good to see you, Gastro. Thank you for your sub. I apparently don't have alerts for YouTube, but I'm gonna have to look at that again. So sorry. Yeah, I hope everyone enjoys their stay. Welcome on in. For those who don't know what I'm doing, welcome to Sands of Time. Sands of Time is a Ocarina of Time ROM hack, or Mod-ROM. I prefer the term Mod-ROM, but not everybody is familiar with it. It is a... I think your girlfriend was placed in timeout. What can I do here? If you raid on Twitch tonight, you'll go back for the raid. She says she can't comment. I'll take another look at that. So sorry. I gotta set this back to blur while I figure it out. No worry, thank you. I appreciate the patience, everyone. I'm so sorry. Middle schoolin', does when what your girlfriend is talking about with the not being allowed to comment, is there a timer for that, or is it just a general statement of she can't comment out of curiosity? Because I know if if there's like a temporary timeout or something, usually there's a timer associated with it. Try putting a 10-second timeout on her? Okay. As soon as I figure out how to do that. Let me see if I can't. I'm working on fixing this, guys. Please bear with me. It's fine. The struggles that can happen while live, I appreciate that, but I definitely don't want to time people out for that. I just, like I said, I just happen to have the safety and security guards turned on, and I didn't think people would be emoting like that, which is totally fine. Do I have human mods? I'm afraid not. I've been managing these channels alone for quite some time. Sometimes maybe it's better not to turn them on. I mean, I've had them on since inception. Well, okay. I do have a human moderator. However, they are usually not here. That person is my sibling, and my sibling is usually not here. But even they wouldn't know how to fix this, necessarily. I know. It's something I'm trying to get situated, but I actually have to have people here first. Documentation, so I'm looking through the documentation of the chat mods right now, and I have excess emotes turned off and everything, so I've got that part of it done, but I don't actually have a real timeout command. So let me check the logs. I'm gonna check logs and see if there's anything going on. Nope, logs just sift messages. Okay, let me think. Okay, let me try this. So I'm looking at like a documentation guide right now, and if Mill Schoolin, if you're still here, have your girlfriend type into the chat again if you don't mind, and she doesn't mind, or attempt to do that. Back on Twitch. Fair enough, Axel. Yay, okay, it worked. Good. Okay, I do have the emote protection off, or the emote spam off. Cool. I will... You're welcome, Elena. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I really do mean that. So after today, I will definitely fix the... I will definitely take a look at all of the protection timers for Nightbot on YouTube and go from there. So let me fix this filter here. Unfortunately, you guys are all kind of here at the tail end of the stream. We are about to call it good for the night, but I do want to at least get us inside the Death Temple and go from there. Oh no! I know, it's just trying to fix these issues. It's already been an extra 10-20 minutes. Yeah, I could still raid tonight, Axel. Let me go ahead and get on in here. I'm sorry. I guess we have one puzzle we need to do before we can do this. Thank you very much, Millschoolin, and I'm real sorry for all of the trouble and everything. I'll have that fixed for Wednesday. Is there another one? There's another torch, isn't there? Oh yeah, there's 2 more right there. Oh no, okay, just dispelled. Good, good. This should bring us into the Death Temple. And maybe there's a cutscene we can enjoy together or something. I don't know. It is considered the final temple. The Death Temple. There are 4 medallions and there are 4 temples. This is the last one. I am going to have to double check and see if we missed anything. It's not guaranteed that we're going to be... Hello, here from Mills. Thank you so much, Millschoolin, for your company. Everyone from Mills, thank you so much. Welcome on in, Nibbler. You are literally catching us right at the end of the stream today. But my name is Coin. How are you doing? How are you in health and spirit? I'm going to have to pause this. You have so many people on YouTube. Apparently, holy freaking cow. I'm floored. I'm amazed. Thank a huge shout out. Thank you. Thank you. For those who don't know, hi, my name is Coin. I am a RPG enthusiast. Discord, Snapchat, Instagram. I need a social media handler then. So happy that it happens at the end of stream. I know, right, Axel? For those who don't know, I will check you out, Millschoolin. You have my word. Let me subscribe to you before I forget, or at least write it down. I would love to see you in chat. I'd love to be there if you got this kind of company. I'm 32. I definitely need to write some stuff down, so that's what I'm doing right here. No problem, no problem. You do deserve this shout out. Thank you, Axel. I appreciate that. Even Niv's excited. You're doing a Cursed Soda stream soon? Nice. Cursed Soda, so is this like Corpo flavored sodas? Or is this more of a soda mixed with other stuff? But while I'm waiting for the answer to that, I am an RPG enthusiast. It's what I do. My live streams on YouTube and Twitch have ranged from Xenoblade Chronicles 2 to Elden Ring to Baldur's Gate 3. I've done all of that stuff. Ranch dressing soda, bacon soda, absolutely gross soda. That's definitely Corpo soda for sure. Ugh, sounds gross. That definitely does intrigue me though. Can't wait. I normally stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday each week, unless something comes up. Sometimes I stream on weekends, sometimes I don't. If you guys want to keep up with the schedule calendar for sure, I highly recommend joining the Discord. I'll go ahead and link that now. This is just for anyone on Twitch and YouTube. Please check that out. I have a Google Calendar schedule set up in the content resources. That is the thing that I check and update religiously. I do the YouTube premieres or scheduled streams are a pretty good indicator when I'm live, but that's not always the case. I definitely recommend looking at the scheduled calendar, and for you guys on Twitch, I especially recommend this, as it'll let you keep up with my content. Thank you for all the subscriptions and follows tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people too. Everyone needs recognition. Really do appreciate it. We'll be back. Let's see, is today Monday? Today's Monday, right? Yeah. Today is Monday, so we will be back Wednesday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I pretty much stream at the same time every day unless something comes up. Please keep an eye on the Discord for more notifications. I also have long-form content on YouTube too. All that fun stuff, all the algorithmic stuff. For you guys on YouTube, I don't have anything left for you, so take care of yourselves, my YouTube senators and inductees. Stay safe out there. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Twitch, where we're going to figure out a person to raid. As we are multi-streaming and I kind of have to do both things at once. So let's get that set up. Who do we want to raid? Is there anyone that would, be interested in such a raid? Okay, I know the exact person we're gonna raid. We're gonna shout out Devious Grace. She has raided us many times. She is also a variety content streamer like myself, but her sphere tends to be horror, or more horror enthusiasm in general, whereas mine is RPGs. She's playing The Thing. She is a cutesy frog streamer and has text-to-speech for all the comments, so if you want to hear yourself or, hear text-to-speech, you will be able to enjoy that. It's also as much for her benefit as it is anyone else. So, we're gonna set out that raid. If you guys don't feel up to raiding, that is totally cool. Then I will see you guys, on Wednesday with some more content. Thank you guys again. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex. Most people call me Coin. It's just easier to say. This has been one of the final episodes of Sands of Time. The time is approaching when your votes will be made manifest and realized. And we will be playing Breath of the Wild soon enough. Stay safe out there, my senators and inductees. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that's on Discord or in my DMs. And with that, goodbye.